the town master or not. And we decided not to based on a loaded dice roll. And then we met up with Goran, who was getting ready to steal some of the goods, and decided that if he wanted to make some gold, he could earn it with us. If he came on us with this adventure to go to the Sunless Citadel Orc Stronghold, and along the way, we started a little fire for a diversion, snuck ahead and scouted out like the main Orc fortress, and then we actually ended up like parlaying with them after trying like a little bit of trickery magic to sneak in that didn't work. And then when we parlayed with them, they basically told us we were able to scout out that there was about 11 or 12 of them, and they basically told us that the dwarf was still alive, so we had an option to save Gundren. They showed him to us, so we know for sure it's true. And then they told us basically that they had parlayed for an exchange for the banner, in exchange for Gundren's life, but also that maybe there was some foul play about, and that there was like some intention to start a war with the orcs and the humans. But meanwhile, the orcs were trying to use the banner and the Sunless Citadel to rally up like other orc tribes so that they could gain like masses in the area for potentially like strengthening up and like overthrowing. So we were going to go back and speak with the druids to try to see what was going on, and then we actually ended up right back. We fought a snail in the middle of the night.
Found a
Ron
snail, yeah.
Yeah, Romulus had a couple of encounters while everybody else was sleeping. He tried to take him out himself, but was unable to. So he woke us up for the snail, woke us up again for some wolves, and then we finally got a night's rest. We decided we would go back to the temple and try and trick some of the orcs to come along with us and help us with the snail. But really, we were trying to get a few of them away from the castle to isolate them so that we could kill them when they were unexpected to kind of weaken the tribe. And then we were going to go see the druids, but when we got back, they sort of sensed like weakness that we were coming back asking for help. So one thing led to another, and they basically tried to fight Tony in one-on-one combat. Tony stepped back, and our champion stepped up instead. So now we're basically left with Romulus versus the like war tribe or orc tribe leader in one-on-one combat. We're going to attempt to let it go honorably and see how that goes. But if not, who knows?
All right, so part of that is that technically the orcs did not actually know too much about the Sunless Citadel. The orcs were somewhat working for Sildar, who was being influenced by Belek, and Belek was pointing Sildar towards the druids of his old order as having had the Warbanner of Ilneval. So it was kind of like a four-way parlay between Belek's old order, the Lord's Alliance, the Orcs of Ilneval, or the Orcs of the Savage Eclipse, and uh, Gundren was somewhat in the middle of it, so kind of five different parties.
Was the Sun the Citadel the name of the keep, or did I mix that up?
Yeah, that
So,
was the thing below Transcendar.
Okay, that's what I meant. Sorry, I mixed that one up. The Sun the Citadel is the Druid tribe or circle.
The circle, yeah.
well,
Okay.
that's just that adventure where Belek was underneath Trisendar. That was the Sunless Citadel. The actual druids that he was exiled from, you guys would know the name of as the Druidic Circle of Uileach Braithreachas. I believe you've now heard that name one time. I feel like you got it from. Damn, I forget which NPC actually had that information for you. I want to say Gariel.
Affirmative. Yeah, I
Sounds
definitely
like
mixed that
something
up.
she would know.
Yeah, right. I definitely mixed that up with the Sun the Citadel, but I meant the keep itself. Yeah.
And then also that the Drendar girls were able to point you towards Raydroth, who would be a more local druid who might know more about that actual circle.
And I had that potentially he would be in either Neverwinter Woods or Thunder Tree, and that he occasionally makes his way into Phandalin, but that the season wouldn't potentially be for like another like 20 or so days.
Yeah, I didn't keep in my notes who would have mentioned the name of the druidic circle, though, so that is lost to the video recordings at this point. So with that, we are in a interesting position to introduce a new player because you guys are at a lost and forgotten keep in the middle of what most people in the area don't actually realize exists anymore, and about to join combat. So we will, I'm sorry, Adam, have to join you in at very soonest after this combat happens. Have you created a token yet?
Yes, I have.
Welcome, by the way, brother.
Thank you.
We shall have to test it later, but that should give you the ability to drop your token from your character sheet, and you should have the superior I fucking hate Warlock night vision.
Fuck yeah. Hey, at least I tied it into my backstory and wasn't just like, hey, there you go.
I cannot express how much I absolutely hate Warlocks. So it's kind of funny that it went in there. But it's one of the things, like, it's quite literally why I play human campaigns, is that I like to use lighting instead of ignore it. But we shall see how things develop.
Yeah. I was kind of limited in my options with a high charisma and low everything else, and we already had a sorcerer. So I was like, okay, it's either bard or warlock.
So, Romulus, is that your rage having already gone off?
Oh, if I can, I will. Yes.
Well, you are reacting faster than as he is swinging his great axe at this point.
Ooh, okay.
Zedsark
I'm not on
is...
the map. I can't see the initiative.
Oh, my bad. Should be able to see it there then.
Awesome. Cool. Yeah. I will rage. And
I don't think it'll show any or break anything to show it, so Adam is at least not cut off while he's not part of the party.
Appreciate it.
I can see everything like inside all the rooms.
Yeah,
now.
but you have a token right now.
Yeah, but I'm saying before there was like a couple of closed doors where I couldn't see, and now I can see everything. Like before I couldn't see Zarna and Orc 6 inside that room, and now I can see them openly. And Xerl.
Even before I changed it there, like in the last, I don't know, like few moments.
Before I was on the Phandalin map, and then as soon as you changed it, this map popped up, and there's no dynamic lighting whatsoever or like shaded out areas. I can literally see everything.
And then when you just changed it, I had dynamic lighting and everything was like fog of war, but then you just gave me vision for everything.
Yeah, same with Goran.
Yeah, those north and south rooms should have still been blocked off, but it's not a big deal. If you are speaking right now, Ben, I am not getting sound from you.
Oh, sorry, I was hitting the wrong button there. Yeah, I was just kind of gonna maneuver around to get the higher ground and on the stairs and take a stab with my spear.
A 7 will miss.
All right, and that'll be my turn.
He is going to laugh at you as you try to take higher ground, and he still stands a good foot over your head. And he is going to swing into you with his axe.
Uh,
15 and
will
a 12.
hit.
For 19 slashing damage, so it should be 9 damage.
All right.
Puny human! Ha 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 ha!
A 6 and a 14.
Both of those will miss. As you slip past him and you swing up with your pommel of your spear. I think you're using your spear right now, right? Yeah. As you swing up with the pommel of your spear, it kind of like dings off of his armor.
And that's my turn.
He's going to make 2 quick slashes at you with his great
Those will both
axe,
hit.
doing a total of 16 slashing to you. This is your champion?
All right, I'll go reckless and I'll do it again.
$16 will hit. For what is that? 6 damage.
Yep. And that'll be my turn.
You see like the slightest bit of a scrape as your spear glances right off of his armor and just ever so slightly cuts his green flesh, and you see maybe as like a pimple pops. Tiny human, submit to the Eclipse Skull. He's going to hold his action with the axe raised above your head. And we'll go back to you, Romulus.
$17 and a 14.
He will hit you for 7 in response, and the 17 will hit.
$11 damage.
Out of character, Orion would like to move down and take a seat on that table and attempt to cast Mage Armor on himself. Can I do that at some point in time?
I would throw out there that I wouldn't put it past you to have known to cast Mage Armor before walking into here, but that if you are actually going to cast a spell inside right now, you are entirely likely going to gain the ire of all of the orcs who are watching this.
I'm pretty sure you both cast it before we came in here.
Oh, did we? I didn't have it written down on my spell sheet, so I was thinking I could like move down to the south and do like sleight of hand check and try to like cast it discreetly.
Well, again, I'm going to throw it out there where I would not have put it past you to have known to wear Mage Armor walking into this situation. But if you were going to try to cast it in this situation, that is how you guys are going to start an all-out brawl with all of the orcs in this hold.
So is there potential to try to cast something with sleight of hand and not be noticed, or no?
There's definitely potential. You are more than welcome to try to cast with sleight of hand.
Okay, I'm definitely assuming that I have Mage Armor on at this point in time and potentially going to do that. But yeah, that's cool.
Um, 17 more. I believe that should knock you unconscious as he sinks the axe twice more into you. My bad. 17, so it's 4 and 4. 8 more.
Oh, that'll do.
Zerl, bring this one back to the land of the living. He has fought honorably. He is going to pick you up by the neck as he walks over to his shaman to the south. Just like ragdolling you over to him, blood soaked all around.
Can I attempt to whisper over to Magnus and Goran without the other two orcs noticing us?
You can certainly try.
All right, Orion would like to whisper to the two of them. Perhaps now is our chance to spring the trap, brothers. Can we silence the hallway? Shall we make a move?
He just got cleaved in two in like 4 hits. I'm not sure.
Are you out of your mind?
I think we hold the trap and see if they bring our boy back alive.
Orion will shrug and shake his head no, but not do anything.
Romulus, you can take 5 hit points as Zerl heals you, and your body kind of like regains to itself, and you are currently grappled by the neck, being held. What is your height? I feel like you're like 5 to 6 foot-ish, so you're being held like a little over a foot above the ground right now by Zedsark.
I will ask him if he surrenders.
You have fought honorably. You would make a good green skin. The Wa would be happy to have you. As he sets you back on his feet, he sits back down on his throne. Your people have done well. Perhaps you will be able to find what we desire. And if you bring back our Warbanner, we would be happy to give you the stinking dwarf. I believe now your time is up here. You can take a cart that we have raided in the past, and an ass to push it. And by push, I mean pull.
Ah, perfect. And which of your companions will be joining us on our journey? Is it not more clear than ever that we need your assistance if we are to retrieve this item for you?
That you need it is clear, but that you need your own to find your own way is far clearer indeed.
Well, thank you for your hospitality.
I respect your attempts at strength, Romulus. You have done well in this battle. But you still have a long way to go before the Wa respects your battle.
Maybe one day then.
All right, boys. Well, I think I appreciate your hospitality, Zedsark Rendar. I appreciate what you did for Zerl. I think it's best we be leaving now. What is that cart?
Your people are free to go. I will have Zenara bring the cart to the front for you.
We will see you again.
I feel like the orcs invented valet service.
I'm looking for the actual day. As you all are leaving, when Orion says we will see you again, Zedsark will yell back out, "After the high harvest tide, we will look for you to return to us with the bounty of the Banner of Ilneval." And you'll just hear when he says the banner's name, all of the orcs in the hold will yell, and the cacophony of yells seems to come from well beyond the stone itself, as if there are far more orcs in this hold than those that you can presently see.
You fought well, Romulus, but he was too much for you. With that, I will use my healer's kit to heal him up while we wait for the cart.
At least we didn't die. At least all of us.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast a level 2 Cure Wounds on him as well.
So Zenara comes back up to the front of the hold. She's got a pretty beat down cart. It clearly seems to be something that they have raided and murdered for. There are both axe wounds in it as well as arrow, like crosses from arrows and broadheads having cut through the wood itself. It's worse for the wear, but it will function as a cart. So you all are able to head back out. As you progress through the south, a few miles out, you are able to reclaim the flail snail's cloven shell, and you can head back towards Phandalin.
You're gonna heal 14 points for me. 8 and 6.
And then
Thank you.
17 for me.
Got it.
Should be topped off, I think.
Just about. Could roll my 1 for second wind to top off.
Crushing. Is it your aim to head back towards Phandalin? Do you have anywhere that you'd like to divert to before you go back there?
No, I think we're looking for maybe like a weaponsmith in Phandalin to fasten the shell into a shield or something, right?
Yeah,
Well, I
probably
think
Linian. I think it was Linian, right? Can't remember how to say her name.
yeah, she might be able to do it. But I think we were looking for some druids, right?
Yeah, but weren't they on the other side of Phandalin? Essentially.
Yeah,
So
you
I guess
pretty
I would
much have
to.
to purposefully avoid Phandalin rather than really accomplishing much of anything unless you were actually looking to do something in particular um, off the map.
Can you click Phandalin on the map? I don't actually see it.
It's more or less right under where the S is on the screen that you guys are currently on. I feel like, what is it? I think I've got it archived, the map that's a little closer than that I can show.
Then the map in the lower corner there. It's got our current location there.
I was thinking we were right by Neverwinter Woods, and that's where we were gonna find the druids at, if that's what we were gonna do.
Oh, so the one that's in like the southeast part of that screen is a little more zoomed in version of it. The actual hold is more or less underneath like the D of Sword Mountains, in that pass between Crypto Garden Forest and Phandalin. So it kind of like cuts between, yeah, exactly. It kind of cuts between the mountains in that little pass. And that's why, unless you were going to in particular divert somewhere through those mountains, you pretty much have to go through Phandalin because it's just the other end of that pass.
Cool, yeah.
So, as you all are wandering, I think that would be a well enough time for you all to see Vib walking down the paths as a wanderer outside of Phandalin. He would be somebody who would know enough at large that Phandalin isn't the most welcoming of places in this area. But whether you are currently aware or not of the recent expulsion of the Red Brands and the reclamation of the actual town itself, we can leave that up to you all to discover as you meet. But I think that's a good enough time for you all to gain your new party member.
Hail, traveler.
Good evening. How are you all?
So you can describe yourself, and then everybody else can introduce their characters and a description of themselves.
All right. Vib is an older gentleman, gray hair, very unkempt. He's got on pretty shabby clothes. Looks like he may have been a farmer. Um, he's got on some medium scale armor that has definitely seen battle. It's got chinks all over it. And he's holding just one weapon with him, and it looks like a normal farming scythe. It's not like a weapon. It's more of a tool that he used at some point in the past. It's got the handle coming out on the side. And he's just walking down the road. He's got his arms over the top of the scythe, and he's just whistling a tune to himself as he's going. Oh, and he has bandages across his eyes.
Romulus is 6 foot. He's got a nice tan being out in the sunlight now. And he's just a rack of abs. And he's got his broad shield and a spear. Just the quintessential Spartan. Greetings, farmer.
Where are you all off to?
We're headed
We are
back to
heading
Phandalin.
back to town. Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll introduce my character. It's about a 6'2", 220-pound guy, not racked with abs, kind of average. Other than I obviously he has some strength to him and some heavy armor. Got a warhammer and shield in hand, adorned with obviously a religious symbol on the shield. Middle-aged, brown hair, pretty average-looking guy for the most part. Maybe a little on the bigger side.
We'll fix that.
And I hope we have a drink this time here, fellas. And Goran is a rather short dude. You know, definitely the shortest member in the party, probably like 5'4", 5'5". He's also 220, 240 pounds, but he's more of a circle. There's very little strength to him. He's kind of a chubster. He has 2 daggers, rapier, and he's roguish. He was very elegant clothes from a couple decades ago. And he was once a prime rogue, stealing stuff all across the lands, and now he's just kind of trying to make ends meet.
And Orion will walk up to you and he will say, "What are you doing out here by yourself, friend? I know you cannot see with those bandages over your eyes, but there are many dangers in these woods. Let me describe myself for you so that you may know who you see." And he is a about 5'8", 5'9", scrawny looking dude. Um, like he's been through a long life. He's got a long beard, long hair, a bunch of gray in it. He's overall like organic looking, rather raggedy. Just long draped clothing, sort of like a cloak. And then he carries a staff in one hand and usually has his other hand like concealed. They're just down at his side.
Well, I have decided to come out of retirement for a bit, earn a little extra coin. You guys looking for an extra hand?
We're not farmers.
Neither am I anymore. I used to be a soldier back in the day. Decided to pick up again, try and find me a little bit of adventure in the world.
And those bandages, what happened to your eyes?
Oh, these old things? Not much. They got gouged out by bandits. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, don't do that.
It's not a problem, though. I don't need eyes to see my enemies.
Is that so? Care to explain?
Hold up some fingers. I'll tell you how many.
How many fingers am I holding up?
How many are you holding up?
I just asked you that.
No, out of character, I'm asking you how many you're holding up.
I know you are. But how many? Can you see?
While,
you can't see.
While
You
this
can't
is going
see.
on, I want Goran to try to steal like some coins out of this man's pocket.
The real test.
There you go.
I think the first thing that you would notice is that even while you approach him, you would have at least a little bit of his gaze as he approaches you. You are more than welcome to attempt to steal from him, but you would already have a sense that this man already senses your presence.
I think with a challenge like that, with Goran seeing bandages over your eyes, I think he has to give it a try.
So you can make a sleight of hand.
I did. It's 12.
And then damn it, that fucking name. You can make a perception.
Oh god.
Nat 20.
So as you reach for his coins, just kind of like starting to move your hand out, he just kind of takes your hand, immediately grasping it. You are welcome to describe what you would do, otherwise I will continue to describe it.
I think, yeah, Gorn, upon feeling hands on him, like reaches and tries to immediately rush away and probably.
No, you're essentially grappled here. Like, his reaction was good.
Yeah,
enough.
break his
You
wrist,
are
break his
essentially
wrist.
grappled.
I'll let go of him immediately.
Yeah, so I'm going to roll with that then. So as you start to reach towards his purse, he grabs your hand and just starts vigorously shaking it and says, well met. Well, again, not to steal too much, but he immediately takes it into a friendly grasp. Because you guys are meant to be a party, and stop trying to steal from your party.
If you need a bit of coin, you just have to ask. I don't mind sharing.
I think you need some more cord. It'd take more cord to fix them than it's worth it. Plus, we got plenty. I think you just did that for fun.
Yeah, I just had to try their partner. No hard feelings.
No, and of course not. And I heard you all talking about a bit of drink. How about the first round on me when we get there?
My man.
No harm, no foul.
It's nothing but
Can't say
corpse
no
in
to
that
that.
face.
That is a neat trick, friend. Perhaps you will be more useful than you look, much like more than one member of this party.
I think Gorn can just be seen rubbing his stomach.
Well, shall we? Off to Phandalin?
Like the shirt doesn't go all the way over.
Right,
It's just like just the bottom of his belly button is showing.
Little hair.
Like a midriff.
Yeah, just a little hair poking out.
Like one of those guys at the buffet. You got the crop top hanging out the bottom belly.
Exactly.
Unintentional crop top.
The rogue with the midriff. Just the saying midriff is absolutely fucking hilarious. So I believe that was pretty bright and early in the morning. You all would not have had, I think it was just around like 3/4 of a day, like around 6 to 8 hours of travel. So you are still going to get back in like the early afternoon. Most of your time spent here would be walking through these woods. It's definitely getting to the point where you all don't have too much to worry about of the general happenings that might plague a lot of travelers on the road. Oh, that's an interesting one. But you feel pretty comfortable as you're traveling back. It's not long before you start to see Phandalin on the rise, up to the northwest of where you're traveling from. The woods start to break into more rolling hills with less actual wood cover, clearly like denoting the actual stones of this once ancient mountain range that was here. And within a short time frame, you start to see the actual buildings of Phandalin. Again, this is a ruined town of old flagstone buildings that have been built across with new woodwork that sits atop the old stone structures. So a lot of these homes are almost like bisected by their stonework foundations, and then some amount of woodwork that has been placed on top of them. But it pretty clearly shows that at some point this entire town was destroyed. And within the last few years is when most everything has been reconstructed. And about the only thing that doesn't seem to have ever been reconstructed was the stone, not quite a castle, not quite a hold, but the stone manor atop the promontory to the east of the town itself that stands above the forest that you would first cross over. And you all are welcome to enter back into Phandalin and
As
go
we
about your
come
day.
through, I'll start like pointing out all the doors we've kicked in to Vib. Like, oh, there's a town master's hall we kicked that one in. I think it's still broken.
So you don't really need counters on this map, but I wanted to place them. Oh, yep, I don't have dynamic set.
Shall we grab it first, or would you rather take care of this shell?
Well, I mean, do we have a place to put it, or should we just take it over to the need?
Well, if you're looking to sell it or have some sort of modifications done to make a shield out of it, I think those are two different destinations.
Right, but I don't see why we can't get them both from the need. Unless you have another buyer you think of. Oh, wait, well, how do you deal with things like that?
We can certainly ask her.
Right, well, I mean, if you two are on speaking terms.
I haven't killed her yet, if that's what you mean, but perhaps we can take care of two birds with one stone, or maybe she will prove herself useful after all.
Maybe maybe a little bit of hanging back, and let one of the Gabbia people do some of the talking on this one, eh?
I thought I was good with people.
You're great.
Just
People are, it's scaring them. You do wonderful at that. I wish I was as good as you at scaring people.
Romulus, can I ask you a question without any offense, of course?
Sure, mate.
Did you throw that fight against the orc?
Nah. I gave it my all, but just didn't seem to land the hits I needed.
Would you say you felt a little off, or perhaps I've overestimated you?
Well, maybe you have overestimated me a bit.
I don't know. I've been battling with you for some time, and I've seen your weapons strike truer than that. Something did not look right, but the choice is
I'm
yours.
not an assassin. I'm a protector.
Fair enough, brother, and you've done a wonderful job at that up to this point. I needed to ask for my own self.
You all have been fighting orcs?
Yes, we have fought quite a
Just
few
one,
orcs.
really.
Well, we killed some outside of town here that were attempting to parley, and when we tried to get to the bottom of the situation, we found ourselves in the heart of an orc keep, and Romulus dueled the war chief.
And it didn't go so well.
He tried.
It was less than favorable, but one might argue that the outcome was better this way.
Well, at least you got
He
out with
took
your
the beating.
lives.
You can't have a victory without tasting defeat.
Well, let's park this wagon outside town, and we can take care, or outside of the inn, and we can take care of business later. Let's get a drink in the meantime. I'd say the job well done. Will give us some time to find ourselves acquainted with our new friend. With that, I think we'll head over to the inn and just park the wagon outside town. I don't know if anybody will be trying to steal our big old broken snail shell, but I doubt it.
So with that, you can head into the Stonehill Inn, seeing a familiar sight. A few different locals who you've come to recognize. The drunk dwarf in the corner, a young lady who seems to be relaxing at a table alone, as well as a quiet-looking farmer-type man who seems to have his hat pulled down over his head, feet up on a little chest, and he seems to just be dozed off behind a bar.
If you guys want to get a table, I'll grab the first round.
May I
no.
recommend that you keep your order rather simple?
Sure. I'll step up to the bar.
He doesn't seem to really be reacting. He might be asleep beneath his hat, but as you get closer, you see a man about late 20s, mid 30s, who seems to just be kind of relaxing behind a makeshift bar of sorts.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello there. Welcome to the Stonehill Inn. Care for a room?
No room as of right now. Just a round.
A round? Oh, an ale. For one. A round.
I'm gonna look back over towards my party and start counting them. Make it 5 if you don't mind.
Kind of tips up his hat and looks around. See like a little glance of a smirk across his face. Ah, excellent. Yes, a pitcher for the group. Excellent. It's good to see you all. Welcome back. And he kind of steps towards the back, and he will go fetch a few glasses as well as a pitcher. Comes back out to a tapped barrel, and he starts to fill the pitcher with some ale. He will hand it off to you and kind of follow you to the table as he finishes with like a dirty rag as he kind of wipes out the glasses that he will soon serve to everybody. But he will approach the table with you as you head back over.
It's a good thing Jape's not in the party. That's a code violation right there.
It's good to see you all. Did you find the orcs?
We did. It's good to see you as well, brother. I hope all is well with you and the wife.
Well, if I can continue to sleep and she's not yelling, all's going well.
You've done nothing but since we've met you, so I would say a success. Keep up the good work. And perhaps we'll take some grub as well. Do you have anything fresh? Perhaps a couple chickens or something. We'd like to celebrate our new friend.
Oh, we can most certainly grab a few chickens. Do a rotisserie? Just have the whole chicken? Do you want to have something like, we'll do chickens.
You got any tortillas, maybe some rice and some limes or something?
Tortilla.
Never mind.
I think you're saying it wrong, brother. It's tortilla. Tortillas.
Tortilla.
Oh, that's right.
Whatever the missus whips up for us would be perfect.
You want carbs? And he's looking specifically at Romulus.
No, but street tacos do sound good.
Are those gluten-free?
I don't
Yeah,
think so.
He's gonna walk
Yeah,
away
definitely.
muttering to himself. He's confused enough on a regular basis, but he is extra confused at this point. You'll see after a few moments, he
it's
steps into the back and disappears for a moment.
I'm surprised he remembers all that. He knows us quite well, Romulus. To think that he knew about the cards, I'm surprised. He was always half asleep when we saw him. I just assumed that we just went right over his head.
Same here. I wonder if he had changed his menu. Maybe I should order something gluten-free instead.
So tell us, Vib, of your exploits or what it is you're searching for in this area. I'm curious where it is that you came from.
Most recently, I had a farm outside of Phandalin a few miles. More recently, I'm just looking for something to do.
And if you don't mind me asking, what happened to your farm? You just left it behind and decided to hit the road?
Not a subject I really like talking about, but some bandits had their way with my homestead and my family.
Uh, where were you during all this?
I was out harvesting. Once I saw the glow from my house, I started making my way there. But by the time I got there, it was too late.
Did you get a look at them by chance?
I saw the tail end of them as they ran off into the forest. But not a, unique descriptions or anything.
No
Nothing they were
distinguishing
carrying on them.
colors or characteristics?
DM, would they have had any colors or characteristics I'd know about?
I think the most likely thing that bandits around Phandalin would have been is that they would have had a red sash that all of them shared in some way, whether it's draped around their waist, cast around their shoulders. But generally speaking, they would be noticeable as the same bandits that this crew has run out of town.
Never heard of them.
The only thing I noticed is they were all wearing a sort of crimson sash or cape of some sort.
When he says the word crimson, Orium will slam his good arm down on the table, and you'll see his eyes start to light up white with rage. Those fucking bastards.
You know them.
Yes, we have quite the history. They've done a great deal of murdering in this area, and we've returned the favor to all but a couple who were able to escape.
If I had the chance, I wouldn't mind, peeling their skin off slowly. But I cannot
Oh,
live
you should
my
have been here
life
a few
based
weeks
on
ago,
revenge.
mate.
Is that what you all did?
In a manner of speaking.
Well, I figured they'd get what was coming eventually. My family wouldn't want me living my life based on revenge. They'd want me to continue living the best life I can. So that's what I plan to do.
What did you grow on your farm?
Wheat.
Do you have to rotate your crops for that, or is there some irrigation you have to do?
Orium will say, "Oh, I love weed," and he'll pull out his little satchel of greenery and start rolling something out.
Right. No, we didn't really do any kind of crop rotation or anything. Just wheat, like my father and his father before him.
As you are relaxing over the last few minutes, you would have seen as a group of farmers seems to come in. One of them a larger man, another one a little bit slimmer, good bit younger. Trilena, having made one round already, has kind of taken an order, dropped off drinks for them. And when she comes back over to the table on her second round through the dining hall, she drops off a plate of lamb chops. Good to see you all back safe and sound. Welcome back to the inn. Please let me know if you end up needing anything else, but otherwise enjoy yourselves.
Hello, Trelena. Smells fantastic. Thank you as always. We'll take another picture of the apple ale if you would, whenever you have a moment.
She kind of nods to you as she's heading off, and within a few moments you'll see her pop back out from the back with another pitcher. She fills it up from a different keg, kind of toasts it towards the fatter older man in the southwest of the inn, and heads back over to you all before she drops it off for you.
If Orion looks back over his shoulder, will he recognize the gentleman as the guy who owns the apple orchard?
I'm not actually sure. Have you guys gone over to the apple orchard yet?
Oh yeah, I met him way back in the day with the other party.
Yeah, so you would recognize him as Darren Edermath, the owner of the apple orchard, and I'm not sure how much information he would have given you from his past, but you would indeed recognize him.
You like a regular around here?
Yes, we're sort of town heroes after we ran out the bandits and freed these people from the oppression. We also took care of a little goblin problem that was plaguing the area, which was essentially the excuse the bandits had for mistreating these people. They provided them with safety in exchange for whatever you want to call it. I'd say tyranny, but
Do you do air quotes when you say safety?
yeah, exactly. But only with one hand, and it's holding my staff, so he leans it up against the table and then does like the air quotes safety.
Huh. Seems like you guys have been busy. Hopefully it keeps up so I can get some action.
There will be no shortage of action, and your life will be tested. That I can guarantee you, but I think you'll do well with us as long as you can pull your own weight.
Shouldn't be a problem. I'll take a big swig of my cider.
So, what are we gonna do now?
It's a good question. We've got a couple weeks.
I think we should head to the Druid's Grove and try and make some ground there. At least attempt to find them, perhaps in the Neverwinter Woods, and in the meantime, we can drop off this shell and see if we can have your shield fashioned, Romulus.
Do we know where to find the druids or their grove?
Well, the Neverwinter Woods so far is our main lead, but they've also mentioned the area of Thunder Tree. I've never been there myself, but I've only heard dark things about it.
I'm sorry, what's a druid?
Sort of an earthen sorcerer type, natural magic user. Someone in touch with Gaia.
Oh,
Probably not a friend of farmers.
I've never had any problems with them.
We had a run-in with one down below the city. Had a weird tree growing out of it, too.
Let's hope all druids aren't like that. He was a nasty individual.
So
What
if it's
about...
not, oh, go ahead.
Oh, that was actually... Never mind.
If it's not too late in the day, then do you guys want to try to just add a character? Did you want to try to drop off that snail shell and
Sure.
see if we can get that shield or whatever made, or sell the other half, whatever, and then potentially just get a night's rest and then head up to the woods?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so we're just gonna run into the woods and yell for a druid.
Yeah, I
Or are we
imagine
doing
either
the
that.
fire thing? I think the fire is going to bring us a druid faster.
I think either that or Thunder Tree. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
that's right. Thunder Tree. Right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to going to the woods and just like hanging out for a night and starting a little fire, not like burning down the woods, obviously. But imagine that we would get their attention. Sort of
Sure,
just put
give it
out
a
like a
shot.
little feeler.
On the way
Wait,
to
you mean
Thunder
light
Tree,
a
we
tree
can.
on fire? Is that what you mean?
I mean,
Uh,
set the whole Neverwinter wood on fire.
no, Orion obviously
That's
would
a
not.
horrible idea.
I mean, I don't know else to call a druid.
I think
I
our
mean, we
presence
know.
would like alert him to our, us being in the area, and then he'd be likely to either scout us out or even like show himself.
Can you do that whole token with animals thing?
I'm about as good with animals as I am with people, so I'd say yes, definitely.
All right. We need to find a druid. Ask an animal.
So yeah, I'd say we'll finish up here and then go to what are you thinking, Halia?
I mean, that sounds fun. Above game, at least, it sounds like.
Yeah.
That's
Is Halia the right one though? Wouldn't we go to like the weaponsmith?
yeah,
Yeah, that's
well,
why I
I
said
mean,
Linian. She's the
and
armorer.
Linian, I don't even know if she's an actual smith or not, but we could certainly try.
Okay,
We've got
so
two
either,
halves.
yeah. So either Halia or Linian. That sounds good.
Or both, since we do have two halves. One to each of them.
Sounds good. So yeah, I'm okay with that. If everybody else is, that sounds like a pretty good course of action.
Right on.
Sounds good. Let's knock it out.
So you can head back to the outskirts of town where you have left your cart. Find it pretty much still intact. Everything seems to be there. Looks pretty rough, so you can't really tell if somebody's been fucking with it or not. But it seems to still be there. The actual donkey still tied up to the tree that you would have applied that to. And you all can head to either the Fandolin Miners Exchange or to the Lion Shield Coster.
It's the Miners Exchange is the first stop.
So you see, it's not like one of the largest buildings in town, but it's definitely not one of the smaller buildings. It's set up around the southwest of town. You see a larger, thicker door across the front that seems to be closed, but there's definitely signs that there's someone inside. It is lit inside, and it's probably approaching dusk at this point here, or at least nearing the sunset.
I'll give the door a knock. Hello?
Just silence from the other side as you knock.
Orion will just walk in.
And it'll just walk in.
You see like a split counter. It seems to be like kind of an open area across like the front of this main area, and then there seems to be a path towards the back of the actual building where the candlelight seems to be coming from.
Will bang my staff on the wooden floor a few times.
After a few moments, you see a lady in her, I think she's like mid-late 30s, who kind of approaches through the back. carrying the candle in hand. Ah, you all again. Welcome back. What can I do for you?
Oh, we were here to get a price estimate. First of all, hello, Lady Thornton. Pleasure again to see you again. We are actually just coming to get a price estimate on some of this the shell that we found. Seems like it might be somewhat of valuable.
Is it made of ore?
Oh, that's right. Only ore, huh?
Well, what sort of shell have you found that you believe bringing it to me would be a wise decision?
Well, I mean, again, just kind of asking around, trying to check our options, but I don't remember what it was. Orient, do you remember what that snaily looking thing was with the things that beat on me?
Well, just some sort of gigantic snail, bigger than a human, resistant to magic. The shell has some strange properties. If you're not the one, perhaps you could at least make yourself useful and point us in the right direction.
So quick to talk down to me when you need something.
He's got low blood sugar.
Yes, perhaps you should have one of the meads from the inn.
Oh, I thought this was the relationship that we had built. I'd be glad to be nice to you, but I just assumed that you liked the kind of crass treatment that you've been giving us since we met you.
Since you all failed me?
We freed the town from oppression, so any
You
failure,
might
I'd
recall.
say there.
You might recall that I hired those who freed you to save you from their certain death. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. You were knocked out and nearly dead at the time that they saved you by my hand. And with that, she'll kind of like walk past you all, looking to see out of the door what it is that you might have brought. Ooh, that is delightful. It's a shame it's split in two. That
Indeed.
certainly could have been quite valuable. And you say you're looking to pass this on for a small sum?
Looking for an estimate. We're also gonna see what else we could be used for. And then weigh our options.
Well, you are likely to find the highest prices for such a item in a large city. I'm not sure if anyone really cares for such things in these backwater towns, but perhaps it is certainly useful. At the right hands, a powerful shield can most certainly be created from such things. It certainly retains none of the aesthetic value, but wanderers aren't very aesthetic as is. She kind of like looks down at you all as she's saying that.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
See your point, and you make a good one. Appreciate your time.
I think you might find that where we trade, I might not be able to offer you what you would care for, but if it comes to it, I believe I could probably take that off your hands for 1,000 dragons.
Well, we will certainly let you know by the end of the day.
Will that be all, or would you like to fail at accomplishing this as well?
Oh, certainly. Let us know if we can fit anything else over here.
Well, feel free to remove Harbin's throat from his neck. And she walks back into the miners'
Did
exchange.
fail at that, didn't I? Orion was gonna take his throat real quick.
Orion will walk outside, and as he does, he'll say, I think we're making ground with her. She seemed like she was in a much better mood today. Perhaps I was wrong about killing her. I'll say that part quietly.
I kind of like her.
She's growing on me.
That's a bad deal.
Yes, she's normally not that pleasant, but to tell you the truth, there's a certain charm about her today.
I like him feisty. Reminds me of my wife.
All I know is there's plenty of people here that'll take gold from you. She's probably the only one that'll give you some.
Yes, let's go see Linian, and perhaps we can make progress there, at least on half of it. Wouldn't be a bad idea to just unload this thing and be done with it, though.
Let's do that.
1,000 gold is nothing to scoff at.
Where does that put you for your shield, though, Romulus?
Oh, I've always got my shield on me. Unless we're trying to go stealthy and I only take my fork.
Oh, no, I might have misunderstood. I was under the impression that you were wanting to have a shield fashioned from the shell.
Oh, I mean, that's a cool idea. Not quite sure if it's possible.
I don't believe you all took the time to hide any of the shell, so she was definitely offering at both pieces of the shell.
Yeah, that's the full.
Oh yeah, just out of game real quick. I'm cool selling it for 1,000. I have no interest in the shell, and just to be done with it. I was just under the impression that I don't know if you get some sort of magical properties out of making a shield, and that's why you wanted it.
I don't know either. But at the same time, it doesn't need to be anything to take up game time for. So.
All right, I say we just dump it and go right now. Then, if everybody's
Sounds
in
good to
on it.
me.
Sell out. Let's do it.
I'm sorry.
all
Plenty
right,
of other snails.
Yeah,
Say you kill people with a fork?
I do.
We'll just walk back in. I'll bang my staff a couple times, and then just tell her sold for 1,000 gold. That we know she can get a profit from it, but we'll also be happy to unload it, so it's mutually beneficial.
I sold my soul to this fork to give me more power.
To a fork.
He's a hex fork.
I was just messing with the warlock there.
You should have fought the orc with the fork. Perhaps he would have fared better.
Maybe.
Can you lift 1,000 dragons, young wizard?
No, that's why I keep my muscle around, so.
Give me a few moments. You can move your cart to the back and just put it inside the covered area. It will be clear, and I will handle things shortly. Maybe come back in an hour for me, and I'll have your coin.
Right. We'll be back in an hour.
As far as things go, you don't necessarily have to take any action, but just at some point you can stop back off. But she will pay you all in. It'll probably be a blend of things, but I can add it to the party loot list there. So let me know if you want to do anything else in the meantime.
No, I would say if everything's cool, that we would probably just post up for the night, seeing as how it's already night, and Romulus is probably still banged up from his fight. Get a long rest in, and then hit the road first thing in the morning.
Sounds great.
Or we could go right now and then camp out outside of the night. Maybe we'll find another shell.
I'm not opposed to the idea of hitting the road, but I just assumed that you would rather hang your head for tonight.
Do
Hi.
you hear me bitching?
No, you were still talking shit while the orc was holding you by the throat a foot off the ground, so for that principle, I definitely respect you.
We are good to go, mate. Don't worry about me.
You don't have to act tough.
It's less act.
Orion will start humming. On the road again. Yeah, I'm good hitting the road if you guys are. I don't care if we sleep in an inn or out in the woods.
Oh, if only we had a country singing bard with us.
Well, perhaps
Trailing
some
for
bagpipes.
sailor rent.
I had to add the words in because I wasn't sure if you guys could pick up on my horrible melody.
I got it.
Yeah.
Took a few bars from me.
Yeah, that's cool. I say we hit the road tonight then. Maybe we'll get a little action on the road. Get a first little battle in, and then it'll probably take us a day to get back to the Neverwinter Woods to potentially find the druids.
We get there when we get there.
I have a question out of character. What do we do with the oil? We bought 10 oil. Did we split that evenly, or what did we do with that?
I think I've got a few flasks of it.
Yeah, that's one of
I
the
know we
things.
bought
Once
10.
you all add it to that party loot list, you just have to make sure to divvy it how you all care to. But I would say I think you guys got 3 of those bullseye lamps. So it's more a question of who is carrying a lamp. Oh yeah, it's not even added to your loot list. So I would assume that people have that
I've
already
got one
added.
on me. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should each have a bullseye lamp on us, and then each of us should have 3 oils, and someone should have a 4th because we ended up buying 10 last time. Oh, and I think we
Well,
bought
I
3 the
think I
first
used one for tanning.
time. Okay, yeah, so we should have 4 each then at this point in time because we would have been down to 12 then. So, if it doesn't matter to you, I keep all my personal stuff just on a scratch paper just because it's easier to mess with. But I can always put it on my character sheet.
For what it's worth, I would say at the end of a session at very least, update it. So it's updated from the last session. But that's just, again, one of the things where I actively look at people's character sheets between sessions, and then I save them at the start of a session.
Affirmative. I will do that from now on. I've just been keeping the party loot pretty much up to date, but not messing with my personal sheet. But yeah, that's cool.
Does anyone have a problem with Halia paying you with trade bars?
What are trade bars?
250 gold, 5-pound trade bars.
Oh. Sounds fine to me, as long as they're gluten free.
Yeah, I don't think it should be a problem. We still have quite a bit of like small change for anything, so any large purchases we could make with those, or potentially break them down if we hit a big city.
Sounds good.
And I guess the last question is, do you need any specific gear or anything before we hit the road, Vib?
No, I think I've got everything I need. My backpack, bedroll. I'm good.
All right, we do just like share everything that we find. So, even though you weren't around for that, you're obviously entitled to whatever you need, and you're shared the loot from here on out.
That sounds fair to me.
Cool. Well, yeah, I guess once we're good, then we'll just hit the road and catch a night's sleep along the way or something like that.
Yeah, again, it was essentially already getting dark as you all were going to Halia's, so you are welcome to do what you would like to do if you want to continue to travel through the night. Otherwise, you're welcome to just kind of make camp whenever at this point. It's really up to you.
I'm definitely not opposed to hitting the road and camping out and then potentially just having a random encounter because those are always fun.
I'd say we try to camp as close to the woods, like the edge of the woods, as we can get in one night, and just set up camp there.
Yeah, how far could we make it if we just hit the road tonight to get to the Neverwinter Forest?
I think if you were making your way straight there, you would still put yourselves at almost a day's travel. Um, it's still about 24 miles to Neverwinterwood.
Okay, so could we knock out maybe like half of it tonight, in like dusk/dark, and then make camp, like halfway there?
You can most certainly try.
Everybody good with that?
Let's give it
Yep.
a shot.
Let's do it.
Oh, we gotta pass by your farm on the way.
Nope, wrong way.
So you can head out of Phandalin following along the actual road that would have brought you in. I think Romulus would have come here along this road from the Tribor to the east when he first came to town with the Red Brands. Orion would have come from the west when you first came from the Neverwinter area with the original group along the high road. And I think that, yeah, Magnus probably would have. What was it? I think you would have probably come in along the west with the Howling Dragons, with your old party. So you're all like rather familiar with this kind of march uh, down the same trail that's climbing into the mountains with a lot of like switchbacks as you're kind of heading out of these foothills and opening up into a plain. You all, let's see, I believe towards the end of the month here it is a full moon, so you all would have a pretty good like glow view of this floodplain almost opening up beneath you, and start to get like hints of the extra darkness way off on your horizon of the Neverwinter woods to the north of you. But pretty quickly you would come across signs as everything flattens out and it starts to pick back up a little bit to where the Tribor Trail crosses east to west. And that's probably about the halfway point if you all would like to stop beforehand, or you can park yourselves on the actual road. And that's about a halfway point. It would take you about to sunrise.
And just to clarify, I'm from the Neverwinter Woods area, correct?
Yeah, I believe your backstory puts you around that western edge to the east of Neverwinter. So I would put you having maybe not a knowledge of Thunder Tree, but at least somewhat of an understanding that a destroyed town was in that vague area. And then I would also put you, as it sounded like your background placed you in the care of druids while you were being raised.
Yeah, essentially just like raised by wolves type situation, just like off alone in the wilderness type deal. But yeah, I was hoping that I would have some kind of idea as to the woods or potential to like find the druids or figure out where they would be.
Yep, you definitely have an extra familiarity of the area.
Okay, sweet.
So would you all like to make camp as the sun is rising?
Yeah, if we're camping on the side of the road, though, or we camp it a little bit off of it.
We should probably move a little ways off.
Yeah, probably not directly on the road.
Are we doing like a full rest or a half rest here? Because you said the light's coming up, right?
Do we need a rest? I guess we do. We have to sleep or we'll get a
Yeah.
exhaustion.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you're looking at. Is you all can rest and like sleep through the morning, or you can skip it and take a first level of exhaustion that would give you disadvantage on all of your skill checks or ability checks.
Oh, I say we just sleep in a little bit and get a late start.
Let's drink some coffee, power through.
I think coffee in the wild is finding wild cocaine. Getting some coca leaves, and everybody's gonna get cracked out. So about the few hours of travel would put you just about at the point where you can cross the Tribor to the northern side and camp off of the road, or you can camp a little bit sooner and be on the southern side, or you can camp off of the actual road to Phandalin and save a little bit more time beyond that.
I'd say on the north side.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
I'll trust you guys.
Well, so that's not your first mistake. Or your last.
Everybody's got to learn sometime.
He trusts us, that makes one of us.
So you all can lay down for a long rest as you prepare camp here. With 5 people, you should be able to double up on a single watch, or have 2 people who only watch for an hour, but otherwise we will have 4 different watches.
I'll take one of the double up watches since I roll phenomenally well.
I think Goran will take one of the double watches too.
Alright, so the 2 of
Oh,
you
what?
can roll together, and then everybody else will have a solo watch.
So we'll do the first one then. Oh shit, I spoke too soon. Ah, perfect.
Alright, we'll do Vib as the second. Who's going third?
I'll do third.
Oh, my bad. Is Finch Goran?
Yes.
Still works out though. Vib was the second, and then Romulus.
Hey,
And then
performance
Magnus.
that, sorry.
Oh, word.
It's just a +1 to whatever it is, otherwise I rolled again.
So as Orion and Goran jump to and offer to take the first watch, as everyone lays down, everybody would, or Orion would quickly realize that Goran beat everybody else to sleep.
It's so true.
How does he do that? Just like as soon as his head hits the pillow, it's amazing.
He was falling asleep while we were walking here. I've never seen anything like it in my life. It was rather amazing.
It's high blood pressure, hypertension, baby.
I don't know whether to be impressed or disturbed.
I'm not even mad. That's amazing.
Should we roll him over on his side or something?
So Orion, you have a pretty uneventful rest watch while everybody is resting. You do not take the time to disturb Goran's sleep, allowing him to get a modicum of rest. Apparently, having really needed it with so much walking and such a athletic frame, he clearly was in need of a good sleeping. You do take the time here and there to make sure to roll him over so he doesn't snore quite so loudly, so you guys can maintain your own stealthy presence and not be assaulted while everybody sleeps, and you get a nice short rest as it kind of ticks down the time, and eventually you take the moment to wake up Vib and pass the watch over to him.
Rather uneventful, my friend. You're up, if you don't mind. Keep the fire stoked, and there's plenty of rations left. And I'm marking off a ration for everybody for dinner.
All right. I got it from here.
Doesn't take you long to kind of get into the feel for things. You've got a nice view across the plain here. You guys are more or less resting inside of like a little undulation in the plain, and while it keeps you isolated below the eye line of these large fields that just kind of pass on for just days in almost all directions, you've got a pretty good view yourself across between the moon and the actual site of your benefactor. And as you look across, everything seems calm. There's different wildlife that's kind of chirping across the morning. Things seem to be like getting up and starting to move. There's little signs here and there of different things that are taking action as the morning gets on, but more or less this is starting to feel the first heat of day. You also end up having a pretty uneventful rest, but you do keep a solid watch as you make sure that nothing seems to accidentally creep up on you as much as nothing comes by to actually assault you. And then you are able to pass it on to Romulus.
All right, Romulus, it's your turn.
All right.
Rom, it comes pretty quickly where you realize if you were sleeping on your chest, your back is quite warm, and you might have given yourself a uneven tan, and you make sure to take a little bit of your rest time to actually make sure to isolate the other side and try to even up that heat, trying to keep yourself well tanned and even so you don't look orange on one side and pale white on the other, gaining even less respect from the orcs.
I'm definitely a roller.
As things progress, though, it does start to feel eerie, as it seems like the actual wildlife almost just all of a sudden gets quite silent, and within a few moments you start to realize that there's nothing happening around your camp, that there is a deathly silence about the area, and within a few moments you take like a hide or a blanket roll and toss it across the actual fire, immediately snuffing out the life of it, and you spot a large creature flying across the air.
Ooh. Do I still hear snoring?
Let me have everyone who is sleeping right now roll a stealth check. You do not have to take disadvantage for your armor at this point because you are not wearing it. Everybody seems to be sleeping nice and silently. Nobody appears to be like snoring at this point.
Okay, definitely tamp out the fire. And what should I guess I'll use my shield to kind of disperse any of the smoke that's kind of trying to like puff up.
Yeah, like using a hide, it's essentially like depriving it of oxygen quite quickly. It's towards the actual daytime here, so you guys aren't keeping like a roaring fire for light. It's more or less just like a little bit of added heat. So it would be mostly coals at this point, so there's not really a sign that you're creating by snuffing the fire.
Okay. Can I get kind of an idea of what this flying thing is, or?
You can most certainly roll a perception check. Pretty quickly you are able to recognize the long neck and spiky body of what appears to be a massive flying creature that has fleshy wings scaled across its entire body, a tail almost as long as its entire being, and you recognize quite clearly that this is a white dragon.
Nope, 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 nope.
It appears to be a long way off, south and maybe a little east of Phandalin itself. It's not directly a threat of where you are, per se, but at the same time, if this creature were to fly what would only be a short distance in its own being, it could easily come across to where you all are, but it almost seems to be circling a part of the mountains like a carrion beast.
Okay. Yeah, well, definitely not make any moves to draw its attention.
But otherwise, making sure to kind of track this thing that seems to be spending its morning hunting, you have a uneventful rest and are able to wake up Magnus.
Hey, Magnus.
Whoa.
It is a dragon. You want to see a dragon?
Of course I do.
Okay, here, get up. Come on. Oh, yeah, put your armor on.
Roll a wisdom check for me, Magnus. A perfect roll to appreciate hearing about a dragon so casually as you wake up. Within a few moments, you're able to track where he's like pointing off into the distance, spotting this creature that it's really only cast across the skyline here and there, having almost like a soft blueness to its belly and then a white sheen to its actual scales. But pretty quickly you are able to recognize that not only is this a white dragon, but it is quite a ways away, and it is quite likely to be a aged dragon.
Let's go get it.
Don't we already have something better to do at the moment?
Shh, yo, draw it over here. Don't talk too loud.
That was a whisper. It was an attempted whisper.
I know, I was just making a joke.
I love the let's go kill it. Shh, don't bring it here.
He wants to just go do it.
No, you crazy? Are you insane? That thing will have us for breakfast and still be hungry. Well, maybe not after the big one.
Yeah, we shouldn't trifle with that thing. I'll keep an eye on it. You could go ahead and go back to sleep.
Yeah, right.
And I think I'm going to spend the first portion of my time putting my armor back on slowly.
Oh yeah, you can most certainly have yourself armored while you are on watch. Overall, there's no real risk to yourselves with this dragon at this point. You are just noticing it over the southern end of the Sword Mountains at this point. But other than that, you have a quite stressful, but otherwise pretty simple watch. You kind of feel the same like eerie silence. At times you would definitely have a calmness to your communion with Torm. Right? Torm's your god.
Yeah, Torm. Yeah.
Yeah, you have a nice calmness to your communion with Torm, almost as if you've been in like one of your temples where you were first a acolyte. It is a quite peaceful morning because pretty much everything is silent as this dragon seems to be hunting over the Sword Mountains.
Yeah, I don't think I could go back to sleep after that, so I'm just gonna stay up and do push-ups.
I mean, you can not sleep and actually finish your rest, or if
Oh,
you
that'd
do
be cool.
push-ups, it's going to end up causing exhaustion.
Oh man, sit-ups.
You are not going to be able
Planking.
to work
What
out.
if I plank? What if I could just do a little planking?
You can roll a strength check with disadvantage to see if you could work out and not take exhaustion. You are able to take care of your nervousness, where perhaps one person in the group might be eating throughout this whole ordeal. You are able to work out for a few hours to keep your mind off of the fact that there is a dragon flying overhead looking for bacon.
Thank God it's bulking season. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't have got advantage or failed.
Everyone handles stress in different ways, I guess.
So yeah, you're able to finish your watch. Romulus never really goes back to bed. You kind of see as he like almost dozes off while he is still planked. He seems to be kind of like passing between like a state of consciousness and unconsciousness, almost catatonic in his workout. But you all are able to complete a long rest. It essentially ends up... My bad, what was that?
Oh, I learned it from an elf.
It essentially puts you all right at about like 11ish in the morning or so. Like, you kind of went through a good chunk of the night and then took camp. But you are on the northern side of Tribor, and you're probably about 9 miles or so, or about like 3 miles at like a normal pace outside of the woods. You could go stealthy and kind of make it by like 3 or 4 in the afternoon, or you could make a fast move for it and probably make it by a little afternoon.
Into the trees.
But let's take a time to think that over. Let's take a little break here. I'm going to go grab something to drink and use the restroom, but we will take a little break and come back in a few moments. Just throw it out there for everyone, like 15-minute break is perfectly acceptable. If everybody comes back before then, we'll just get started when everybody's back.
Sounds good.
So, like, shit, might as well just call it 13 minutes and be about the hour time, essentially.
And planking's not even working out, so...
Oh, dude, if you planked for 2 hours straight, if you were sitting there planking, that's definitely not just relaxing. And that's the problem, is a rest is definitely a relaxed state. I think planking is actually some of the best workouts, because you're actually doing like lean muscle mass on that level.
Somebody just broke the world record for it. It was like 8 hours and 37 minutes.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's fucking absurd.
I'll be right back, though.
how would you like to travel? Are you guys looking to just move at a casual pace? Do you want to run? Do you want to try to be stealthy?
I feel like we should be quiet and definitely warn everyone of the dragon. Would like to point out that there's a dragon over the Sword Coast Mountain.
Did he mention there was a dragon?
Yeah,
Wait, there was a dragon?
Yeah, I feel like we should be quiet on our way for sure.
As Magnus points it out, it doesn't take anybody long to actually spot it. It still seems to be circling around the southern end of the Sword Coast, or the Sword Mountains. It appears to be vaguely or roughly southeast by south of where you all.
I'd say we keep it stealthy casual, like Fridays.
So let me get, let's see, 4 stealth checks from everyone.
Yikes. Wait, you said 4 each?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Did that roll right, or did I click too fast? No, that wasn't a roll. It couldn't have been, right? That double -1 is impossible.
It's definitely not impossible.
Magnus is dead.
Well, I'm only -1. I'm only -1. It couldn't be possible. Can't roll a 0.
Tell tales of when the dragon ate you, Magnus. No, I think it would be red if you rolled a 1 and then you had -1 to it. So.
Well, that would still just be 0, is what he's saying.
Yeah. It wouldn't be -1. I think I just double clicked it too quickly.
Must have got the DM override. I don't know what you said to piss him off, but it was nice knowing you.
No better way to die, I suppose.
Yeah, if you're gonna die, it might as well be to an ancient white dragon.
It sure beats losing to one measly orc, am I right?
Oh, you cut out there. I didn't hear that last part.
I said it sure beats losing to one measly orc, am I right?
Oh no, I heard it. I just wanted you to say it again loud. So loud.
So -1 rage for Romulus.
Yeah. I don't have to outrun it. I just have to outrun you, Magnus.
Magnus just got kneecap.
That's easily enough, I suppose.
All right, I marked off another 4 of the group rations for everybody. That's it for the rations that were like in the group supply. So now, from here on out, it's personal rations, and then we'll re-up when we get back to town or whatever.
Heard it, thank you.
Did I lose audio or is nobody talking?
No, I was doing some math real quick to check everything out.
Okay, I just
So
want to make
it's
sure.
probably just silent there. So as you all begin to move towards the forest, making sure to be as stealthy as possible, you feel pretty stealthy on your way in, making a little bit of noise about the actual commotion of running from a dragon. There's little bits where people are like, he's far off, we don't actually have to worry about him. Be quiet, we need to actually move. And over time, you kind of silence yourselves and make that little effort. Uh, Overall, you are able to make the woods without much commotion. It doesn't take long, though, while you are making your way there before you start to realize that the silence is either following you or it is a cause of you all moving into this region. But within a short while, you start to realize that there is actually a massive shadow overhead. And shortly after you all make the wood line and you take the time to really look behind yourselves and look for the dragon, you notice across that actual travel time, it seems to have left its carrion-like circling over the Sword Mountains south of Phandalin. And you all are able to spot that it seems to have not flown in your direction, but had you been a little bit more observant, it probably would have scared the shit out of you because it appeared to be flying in your general direction. And around when you all are able to make the tree line, you would be able to spot, as you take a moment to breathe, that the dragon seems to have found a perch somewhere to the west of you. It has landed inside of a large area of the plain and seems to be on the ground, maybe in some sort of a roost. Maybe it's been called to this area. You can't quite tell why, but after having watched this dragon kind of gliding around the sky with minimal effort, it appears to be taking a moment to familiarize itself with the ground. But you feel safe inside of the forest at present. It's still at least quite a ways off. What would you all like to do?
What is it we're looking for? Druids?
Yeah, we're trying to run into a druid.
How does one find a druid?
That's what I've been asking.
I think we're
I mean, you can definitely attract some attention with some fire. If you are looking stealthily, that is also your traveling speed. So what are you guys actually doing? Are you just standing here in this area of the forest? Well, like, y'all are in, like, the southwestern tip of the Neverwinter Wood, which is a massive forest. So, there's a lot of land that things could never see you in. In this area in particular, there's not really any sort of stream or river at this point. But yeah, if you guys are hanging out in this area, you can certainly roll a investigation to look for herbs. Which are you looking for summoning Ulbar or for healing potions? Yes, please. Dragon's probably at least like 5 or 10 miles away. It just seems almost like evened up between like the high road and the Neverwinter Wood, and then probably like northwest of you at this point. So you can find 9 gold worth of the herbs and whatnot that you need for summoning your familiar. Anybody proficient in history can do a history check. While it is certainly clear that there has been many rampaging orcs through the area, it seems plausible to Gorin that that's what caused it. but Magnus is pretty sure this is one of the towns that was destroyed in the eruption of Hotenow about 30 years or 40 years ago at this point. So do you guys want to move at a slow pace as you scavenge/hunt for food? So let me get a survival check from one person who is proficient in survival, and then a nature check from someone who is leading the party, kind of as it progresses along the edge of the woods. Again, proficient, please. I think it was Goran. It's sufficient enough that while you are looking through things, you are able to scavenge enough rations that you all can have a meal today without actually using anything. As you progress forward, Orion's able to keep you all close enough to the edge of the forest. At times it appears that he might be getting a little too close to the forest's edge, but overall you all are pretty confident that you are progressing without going into the forest itself, and you are also not likely to be going in circles at this point either, having lost your way. So you feel pretty confident that you've made solid progress towards your actual goal, towards Thunder Tree. So you all can be pretty confident that across your day's travel, you keep along the route towards Thunder Tree. Everything seems to go pretty fine as far as things go. Within your day's travel, you don't really seem to spot any sort of wildlife around you. In particular, it seems quite calm and quiet. Later in the evening, though, you do start to see flashes of light as the sun seems to be setting and the darkness of the canopy of the forest seems to be pulling more and more light from the sun itself. Just little flashes that kind of pop up here, disappear, pop up there, disappear, and it's almost... Yep. Oh, my bad. I might have been describing and it stopped reading my key push. Yeah, so as you all progress through the evening, or into the evening, the sun sets, and you get to a point where the light starts to be cut off almost entirely by the canopy. And as the sun's setting to your west, you are able to start to see little signs of light here and there. And it gets to the point where it's almost the moment you catch sight of a light, it seems to disappear. And here and there you start to spot it again, and as you start to focus in on it, it poofs again. And it seems to not necessarily be following you, but 5 minutes, 20 minutes, sometimes almost like a half hour or so passes before you spot it again. And here and there you just start to notice just this light off in the distance, off to the east, in a deeper darkness beneath the canopy of the forest. Would you like to make camp? Are you going to try to keep progressing forward? Make a nature check. There is nothing about this that strikes you as it is a natural creature or someone who would be walking through the woods. Everything about it in particular is somewhat perplexing, and it's quite intriguing. It's almost as if you have a need to investigate this thing. Make an Arcana check for me. As you start to feel this need to follow after the light and look into it, you quickly realize this is a will-o'-the-wisp. It's calling for you, and it's hunting you. And from what you know of them, to follow them is utter danger. So you all are essentially again progressing into the evening. What would you like to do here? It is about 18 to 20 more miles to the north and then west of you. You could probably go another like 24 or so miles inside of the tree cover before making about like a 2 to 4 mile like beam to the actual town or the ruins, or you could progress about like a as the Ulbar flies about 18 miles to the town itself. But you would be outside of tree cover for about 10 or so of those miles. At this point, you have spotted very few signs of any life inside of here that was not like animal trails and more natural actual happenings. You've not really spotted anything living, though, besides actually this Willow of the Wisp at this point, though. I think with those roles there, you would know enough that they're not necessarily conscious beings so much as almost like tricksters that will get you into trouble. It's almost like an undead consciousness that, as the tales go, gets things to wander off until they are lost, and in getting lost, they tend to die and never be seen from again. So, camp, push on, stay inside of the forest, make a beeline for Thunder Tree. Yeah, your sound was coming through fine, Ben. So let me have a nature from Vib, who I assume will lead the party, unless people are going to light fires, lanterns, or torches. Once the dragon would have landed and you guys more or less were trekking through the forest, it would have been the type of thing where you would have definitely lost the ability to track it. So without actually stepping out of the forest and trying to make an effort, it's not really going to be a possibility to have a concept of where the dragon is at this point. Actually inside of the forest, you are under a dark canopy that is a... So then you are following inside of the forest and go the long way, about 24 miles along the edges, and then progress across, or do you want to go straight through to Thundertree? You'd save about 6 miles to go straight to Thundertree, but you would be out in the open for about 10. Ability checks on the first level of exhaustion. And just going for a normal path, normal speed. So you can do a nature check to lead the party on, Orion. That's still enough. You're able to essentially follow that edge of the tree line. Everything seems to go pretty well as you all progress a little bit towards that edge. You know basically that there's not too much that you can fail at this as long as you stay within sight of the plain outside of the forest and do not cross the river of Neverwinter. Each of these are going to be an hour, and you guys have about 4 hours to travel. Again, to throw it out there, just as like catering to the newness of things, those bullseye lamps are meant to be like light when you want to be hidden. Torches are probably what you would want to be using if you are trying to be spotted. So do another nature check as you are leading through here. What is the marching order inside of the party at this point? So as you all are progressing through the forest here, you start to find yourselves as you are starting to turn a little bit to the east, still staying within like a little bit of a view of the outside of the forest. You can still see some of the like sunlit glow across the grass that makes up the floodplain from Neverwinter. And while you are going about at a slower pace here, everybody has their torches lit ahead of you, Vib. You start to notice little brushes to the wind, almost as if something behind you is following in line. And every once in a while, when you glance back, you notice signs of a bear seems to be following you. What do you mean is a defensive stance that you would reach out to him with? So at this point, Viv is more or less expressing to you all where the bear is, and you can certainly make a persuasion check in that direction to see how things go. Yes, sir. The assist at this point with disadvantage is just giving you straight rolls. You don't hear anything else from what Vib can explain to you. It seems to be just kind of standing just beyond sight, or just within his sight, I should say, and just beyond your sight as he describes things. And it more or less, it's certainly not acting like you would expect a bear to act, but at the same time, there's not really a response for you all to have. You hear the sound of footsteps as it seems to progress off into the distance and wane into nothing left to see or hear. This is a pretty ancient forest, though there is certainly different areas that have brush. Vastly inside of the actual canopy, it is just massive old trees. And again, there's little things here and there, but it is almost as if this entire area were not necessarily a garden level of Kemp, but the fact that it is an ancient forest really is clear in how things are. It's very like mossy and well aged in how it's like a loam of life as things fall from the trees and they are consumed into like the mycelium beneath the ground. It's not like a grassy area so much as there is just a lot of things that are living in that base layer, but there's nothing kind of between trees that you would almost assume are like 100 to 200 years old, and then little brush and herbs that grow around the actual area. There's like no trees that are like, oh, that tree's probably a year old, or that tree's 5 years old. There's nothing in between the like herbs and the trees that are ancient. Trick question, the druids are ticks, and you've got 15 druids grappling you. Oh god, that's fucking... Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, I think I've only ever had to deal with one leech on me, but I've definitely been in places where you can constantly pick the ticks off of you. You can most certainly put some effort towards tracking where the bear has gone. Would be a survival check for somebody who has a survival, which I believe then is Goran and Romulus. Oops. So things don't seem to be difficult to track this bear. Again, it is definitely a loamy surface. As you guys move forward beneath the torchlight, you are able to spot where apparently a few 100 pounds is focused in on each of these footsteps, and you can see enough of the fresh movement in the actual mycelial loam of this earth to move about its feet. You are able to see just these massive claws that seem to cut through part of this herbal cover, but within a few moments you are able to spot its trail from just beyond where Romulus would have thrown his torch, and you all can track it. What kind of pace do you want to track it at? It was definitely a faster pace as it started to move away. It was not necessarily like a horse at a gallop kind of pace, but it was most certainly not something that was just turning and walking away. So let me have you all roll stealth at disadvantage. Yeah, that's definitely a good way to get spotted pretty quickly there. Are you still around, Vib? Can you roll a stealth check for me? And one more, please. So, as he melts into the night, everybody else clearly making far too much noise, as you're kind of calling out and yelling, "Oh, I've got another footprint here! There's another one here! Oh, we've got it! Keep coming this way!" Within a few moments, you all are able to track yourselves as you come upon a clearing in the wood. Without really paying attention, you start to see... Oh, give me 1 second to let go shift.
Fuck, I don't remember what this was.
I don't remember how to do this. So as you all progress through this clearing, all of a sudden as you step into this open area where it seems the wood is far less dense than it was previously, within a few moments you just see as this area is lit up by strange red glowing globes that just begin to swirl around a tree in the center that seems to be a larger opening to the area around. And I believe... Oh, shit. Why was that there? And you just randomly hit the one fucking miniature that I had on the board. Oh, that's what I was looking for, and it's too late now. So as you move into the area, you kind of just start to track these footprints until all of a sudden you start to recognize that they are no longer the footprints of a bear, and they seem to be a bare foot of a humanoid. And as you progress forward into this clearing, as the trees become more and more sparse, within a few moments there is just a flash of red light, and this massive gnarled tree just seems to be surrounded by what might be just red lit lightning bugs, but they don't blink on and off so much as they seem to pop from area to area, and there's no buzz of an insect or anything. It's just a silent little globe of red light that seems to whirl about this tree. Make a intelligence check, Romulus and Orion. Never ask for a roll that you don't want to fail. So as you kind of look it over, your first impression is definitely throwing it back to the Gulthias tree. And there is certainly a fear response that kind of happens as you start to recognize that perhaps this tree has been bringing you forth to consume you as it did the adventurers, the Howling Dragons. But as you gain a little bit more perspective and get a little bit closer to it, you don't feel the same level of presence that the Gulthias had brought to the area. There seems to be something different about this, and far more natural and less malevolence to this tree. Make another persuasion check. Or I guess I should ask, are you actually meaning no harm at this point? Because you can make a deception check if you are trying to harm this being. As you call out, there seems to be a tree off to the north of you that it kind of like moves with a creaking and a cracking, and almost as if wood is being split and rent apart inside of this thing, before within a few moments you hear a strained voice come from it. Why do you chase us? It was indeed in common. Actually, no, my bad. I guess it would have been a response in Sylvan. Actually, wait, let me roll for this first, because I think he might have a pretty solid chance to know. Yeah, he's wise enough that he knows to respond in common for you all. You're a bunch of blumbering idiots as far as he's considering things at this point. So yeah, it would have been a common response that seems to be coming from this tree. Friends of orcs, you will find no friends of orcs here. What orcs have you found uprising? From where? Make a persuasion check. I have a feeling Vib is the only one who can currently see this druid where he's placed on the map. Is that correct? Well, no, that's again what I mean where I say I have a feeling, because of just what I see from the dynamic lighting. I believe his day vision goes across the druid as it is. So you will see as he starts to walk out into the area, plants almost sprouting behind his footsteps. And he will progress forward towards you all. And these massive flowering, like large leaf just sprout from the earth with almost like 5-foot tall arms inside of these leaves. And it's just a massive like lotus-like look to this thing. And it just sprouts behind his footsteps as he walks up to you. What do you know of these Orcs of Ilneval? This dwarf is your friend. You care for dwarves? The druids of my order have little love for dwarves. They are nearly as destructive to the natural ways as are orcs themselves. And while we keep artifacts from ancient times in check, we perhaps could help you find something. Some of the older ones of my order have been alive since the times when Ilneval last attacked this plane. Make an intelligence check. This can be without disadvantage, just a straight roll. If you would like, you can certainly think that and take a moment to actually look across your party and make a decision whether you want to mention that. Let me have the three of you make stealth checks, and these will be back on a normal disadvantage check. A druid in Phandalin? Have you met the vile Belek? Then our paths are more intertwined. You perhaps should meet the older ones of my order. Belek is an outcast for the vile things that he has done, and they would want to know what has come about from these things. Dispensed is a good start, but again, these are things for others to hear. Let me guide you. And if you all would follow your druid at hand, we will progress forward. Are you all going to follow him as he walks deeper into the forest? He will look back at you as you are slowly speaking to the tree and just kind of laugh at you. That was never the tree, but it appreciates your care. Yeah, give me another second here. Well, I want to reiterate, as with all things, the dice determine a lot of what happens. Your choices narrow the possible paths, but there is a dice effect that changes everything at any given point. So you are progressing towards a inevitable result by going towards Thunder Tree. The druid was just a random encounter, and the dice also determined what kind of creature that random encounter was. So as you all follow him through, about an hour and a half into the evening, as it approaches, I believe y'all are like kind of just beyond midnight or maybe into like 2 in the morning type of thing. So it's kind of like the deepness of the night at this point. But after a little bit of a walk, you all of a sudden start to progress past the actual trees and into another clearing, and within a few moments you see a massive green glow that seems to be coming from a spire-like promontory built up on stone. And as you progress forward and this clearing kind of surrounds about you, you see that there is a very mystical glow to this area for a lot of reasons. But as your eyes kind of adjust to it, you can look up and look around and see that something about this area is different than you've ever really experienced before. There's no stars above you, and the night before was a full moon, and it is just a pitch black sky around, and all of the light seems to be coming from the earth itself, both this well that you see beyond you in the stonework, as well as a blue glow and a swishing and beating of water against rocks, all coming from the north. And as your eyes start to adjust to the experience, you notice a large graveyard around you. Anybody with Arcana, make a Arcana check for me. You are able to pretty quickly recognize that this is some sort of not necessarily interdimensional space. It is definitely a more natural sort of magic than just like an arcane or a divine magic, but there is something about this actual area that very much reminds you of your different, both your studies, Orion, as well as your experiences in other realms, Vib. You have a sense that this is some other realm. You're not really inside of the Neverwinter Wood anymore. As you progress forward, this druid seems to lead you deeper into what seemed like a glade at some point, but is most clearly a graveyard from your perception. And as you go, you see different trees kind of like waving in a non-existent... Oh, damn it. Fucking shift button. Waving in like a non-existent wind, and you are able to just follow them forward towards the stonework, and there's different like whiffs on the wind of scents and smells that just seem utterly alien to everything that you would have experienced in your different areas, living around Phandalin, living inside of the Neverwinter Wood, going off to war, being in different cities and towns. These are very alien smells that just seem to be bombarding your senses. The different pollens that these plants are like leaving off to. Again, they're blowing in wind, but you feel no wind across your skin. And as you approach more forward onto the stonework, you see 3 druids who are standing around this green well, and the druid who has gathered you here seems to be just kind of sitting back silently, just waiting for something to happen, but is more or less watching as these druids seem to be almost aloof to actually recognizing any other presence about them. Perhaps you would not want to reach in there. The powers are beyond you. But it might resemble what you would know as a pool. Roll a D100 for me. Roll a D4 for me. As the coin goes through this like swirl of green liquid, it seems to like land inside of it, or perhaps on top of it. The perspective seems to almost melt away as the coin starts to like separate into particles before your eyes, before all of a sudden there's almost a golden sheen across the entire surface of this portal, and you can no longer see the coin, but on some level you know that you just watched this coin disintegrate across the entire surface of this liquid. You most certainly do not want to put metals into such things, but they will be finished shortly here. This is one of the last areas that we maintain full control, and it is in part why I say the Warbanner of Ilneval is safe beyond reach of those you have met. Well, perhaps it is better to say all things are in there. I don't believe that is the type of space that you would be understanding of. The two wielders of magic of their own, they might understand a little more of it, but this is a wellspring of the magic of the weave that permeates your land. We guard this space in a different way. This is a mirror, and you might find that object has multiplied in the passing. There's it's hard to put into words, but there is an infinite possibility through some things. And perhaps this banner that you seek for is just waiting to be found through the right doorway. And after a few moments, you see as he finishes that word, there's almost like a light that kind of like sinks into each of the eyes of the druids who stand about, and they all seem to almost like have their eyes glow in the same moment as they all turn at the same time and look towards you all. Welcome. And who are you? As the three of them speak in unison. We did not mean your names. We were curious about who you are. Yes, please be silent. Not your names. What is the nature of your presence, of your being? Why are you here? The Rockseeker? We have seen the orcs grow in power. We have seen them begin the first steps of a war. But why, brother, it is ours. And that's the first time that you would have seen one of the three druids not speak in unison, as the light in his eyes flashes out, and you see just like a deep, dark, in contrast, abyss of blackness in his eyes. Where once was light, you can kind of gather that as his presence steps away from the other three, that's when he is able to speak as a individual, but the light's almost like is void from his eyes. It is certainly our problem to deal with. Perhaps, but the dwarves are not to be trusted. What? Bellic, yes. And they will look over towards Romulus. That was a wise decision of yours. And as they look across to Magnus, we are sorry that your friend was consumed by the tree, but we assure you, the Gothias trees are a vile darkness that can only be destroyed. There is no regaining those who they consume. Are you aware of the dangers that Ilneval presents if you were to return this artifact to the orcs? What in particular was that twig from? Gotcha. Bellic has been cast out for quite some time now. We can appreciate what you have done, but we have little power beyond our own presence and beyond the forest in Neverwinter itself. We can help, but we can do little to assault Hold itself. Beyond the presence of Earth, our power certainly weakens. Intriguing. And the druid will kind of like wave his hands beyond. I guess really the triplicate of druids will wave their hands, and there will almost be like a sheen of pollen that flows across you all from the east, and as it catches into the glow of the portal, you feel like a deep and heavy sensation of sleep come across your eyes, and within a few moments your presence of being doesn't actually like go out into a sleep, but you feel kind of like a non-passage of time, where all of a sudden you come across a moment and you find yourselves in a field to the east of where you presently stand. So I'm just going to move everyone. So in that like singular action, as like the pollen almost like crosses over the portal, everybody just, you like lose that moment, and all of a sudden you find yourselves in this little area, and the druids kind of wave their hands a little bit. The mistletoe flows out of Orion's hands as it begins to grow into a tree, and within a few moments that tree just grows as if it's a year old, 5 years old, 5-10 feet tall, and all of a sudden it just branches out into a massive tree, and it just sprouts a single flower that, as the petals start to like wave out and drop out from it, you will see it present almost a banner in front of your eyes. So I didn't really prepare a specific banner of Ilneval beyond a tree, because I didn't know how you all would come across it. But that will be what the banner of Ilneval looks like. It is a blood red crimson background with a long sword, a great sword, with a beautiful and intricate silver and almost like a blue opal, not scabbard, the handle. No, the pommel's the end of it. I'm trying to think of the scales. It's like a blue opal scales that actually is like the handle of this thing. But if you... I have the actual picture that I can share a little bit better too. So that inside of Discord is a little bit more zoomed in picture of it. And this just like crosses out of this tree as a massive flower petal that drops down. And the sword itself stands at... I guess Romulus is probably the tallest of you all at just under like 6 feet, I think. Yeah, so it would stand, the sword is almost your entire height. And both of you would look at this banner and recognize that it is massive. And the orc that you fought in battle would be able to carry this, and even as he carries the banner, it would still potentially touch the ground with many different actions that he might do. But you see as this thing like almost unfurls from the tree itself, and you are able to take a glance at what the Warbanner of Ilneval once looked like. With that, I am going to go to the restroom, but I will be back in a moment. Just to be clear, this is not the Warbanner itself. This is an image of it. Part of what they were essentially describing to you is that the Warbanner is lost to this world, and that if you all were to delve into different portals, you might be able to travel across realms until you were able to find a Warbanner of Ilneval. It incites them into a powerful rage. The blood of their enemy almost drives them beyond time itself. They will swarm and destroy anything once they present this within the view of their Wa. Mechanically, the Warbanner of Ilneval is something that when an orc spreads blood of their enemy across it, every orc within sight of the Warbanner is able to make an attack at that moment. So it is an action that a single orc, the banner bearer, can use to give every other orc within view an attack, and it does not cost action economy. It is very particular that this is meant to be a orc artifact, and it is an extremely powerful orc artifact. That's why I say there is certainly a potential for you guys to ally yourselves with orcs and go on quite a crusade as you progress with this. But that is also why these druids are not necessarily offering to help you find the Warbanner. Oh yeah, and that's like the highest function of it too. It has other functions before it's even like given blood. It's definitely, I mean, this is essentially were you all to actually unlock orcs and kind of like twist things through this campaign. This is definitely an end game artifact, and it would be presentable that there is an entire adventure to actually accomplish and recover the Warbanner itself. Well, for what it's also worth, part of why the druids are presenting this to you is that they understand that this is at least plausible what you are hoping to do with it. It is at least plausible that you can trick the orcs into some level of believability. It would not necessarily be a flawless plan, because at some point in the process of trying to trade Gundren for this banner, there will essentially be a test that you guys will see them do, but it is definitely the type of thing where it is viable to try. That would certainly be a viable option, because Romulus is definitely correct that if you try to describe to them where this is, the entire Guardians of the Eclipse will go after it, and they will leave. Wait a second. Damn it, that was the wrong name, I feel like. Yeah, the Guardians of the Savage Eclipse are Zedsark's clan, and they want to use the Warbanner to not only unite all of the orcs in this area, but to actually start a new Wa with it. So it would be a intriguing level of subterfuge to steal their keep. But yeah, it would be pretty safe to say that if they don't take everybody, they would take pretty much everybody. You have a pretty solid sense that these druids are well protected, that you can't actually possibly yourselves affect them, let alone accidentally turn the orcs onto them. There is certainly there is a level to their power that is removed from your world. from your battle with Bellic, you guys would have a vague understanding of the actual communique between Bellic, Sildar, and the orcs. It was that Sildar was using Bellic to acquire Gundren. Bellic was using the orcs to strengthen his own stance against these druids here, and that he was essentially dangling the banner beyond those orcs' reach in hopes that he might reclaim his own glory. So it's not necessarily the type of thing that these orcs have shared, that there's any speak of this actual banner having existed. And those would be kind of different little fragments of information that should essentially kind of have you guys starting to piece in these different little bits of information, where these were all people playing a very shady and very risky game of chance, trying to use other people to die for their own purpose. I've not played Settlers of Catan, but from the moment this fucking campaign went off the rails, this is what I was plotting the entire time, was to lead it into just a fuck all of factions who were trying to do shit to take one over on someone else. So is your plan at present is you were going to present to them knowledge of where the banner is, or present an illusion of the banner to try to tell them that you've seen it, and then yes. From what I can gather about this plan, I would point that the weak spot where you all will probably find a choke point is definitely the idea of slipping away from the orcs after having passed this by, because it is probably a safe bet to say that once you describe it, you will be joining in on their wah as you head off to rescue it from its present owner, because they are not likely to trust you to just go on your way with the dwarf afterwards. Well, that's what I mean. I'm saying it's not likely that you're going to have that option. You are going to be, in displaying that you have knowledge of it, you will become extremely valuable to them. I think the dragon's a better plan for killing off these orcs. Just gonna throw that out there. You just have to find out how you are going to slip away from the orcs. Might be a good way to split off into smaller war parties and be able to take out orcs in a more orchestrated attack, is that you all have to start to hunt down that dragon. CR-wise, that boss should have been a relatively equal fight to 4 of you. I believe he also is equal to about 4 of you. I think the dragon is the wise move. Like if the teacher doesn't show up 5 minutes after class is supposed to start, class is canceled. So I think that's a good start for where I will plan for next session to go. You all can definitely take the time to kind of discuss like what levels of the plan that you want to go after. But I think we will focus on the idea that you are going to... you can still interact with the druids if you like at the start of that session. I'll still be prepared for that if you have any other questions there. So we'll start back in this general area of with the druids. You will head back towards the orcs, present either the banner as a idea that you've located it, or the banner is an illusion in order to get them interested in going out to find it. And what level of how you do that will be an option for you all to choose. And then looking to see if you can get the orcs out of the keep, you will slip away and try to return to the keep, or you will use that time to try to remove orcs in a more like covert ops sort of way where you reduce the power of the orcs in those little forays. But that will more or less be how we kind of play off next session. We'll be with those concepts. You have allies who have a dragon as well. Have a good one. Y'all be well. Yeah, let me know if you end up with any other questions while you are plotting and planning. and I will definitely draw up around those encounters. Dude, that Will-o'-the-Wisp encounter, I can't believe you ran from that. I have, well, I mean, it would have been like a little encounter to go away from, but I have to like change up how things will happen with it. But that was a Will-o'-the-Wisp hunting a troll. So it was definitely a very interesting thing. If you guys had gone after that, you would have basically followed it until you all of a sudden saw this troll like blundering through the forest, and that would have been like a three-way encounter. Well, there's always the aspect, though, of if all you want to do is fight stuff, is you are killing NPCs who are plot lines that actually develop into, like, exponentially cool stuff instead of just rolling a few dice for a single encounter. I definitely agree that you almost always make choices that are like avoiding the stuff that you want to do rather than just going after them. But the problem is when you just stop like interacting with NPCs and you just start killing everything, you kill the plot lines too. Yeah, that was definitely very solid. It worked out for a lot of good checks where there weren't like high DCs on like following the different areas because you're basically following like the edge of the woods. And I think the only big one that was lost was the, what was it? It was like the Nat 1 was the first roll for like the Arcana from Orion or something like that. Well, not like regardless you were going to meet the druids, but you were heading in the direction where the likeliness only got higher and higher. That the more you headed in that area, the more likely it was that you were going to find one of the actual druid areas of their own that they frequent more often. So the random encounters would have been, instead of like a 17 or an 18 plus, it would start to go down much lower in what I have to roll for the random encounter. And then as you get closer to their homes, like when I roll on like the table after you get a random encounter, it becomes more likely that it's a druid as well. So the further you guys went into Neverwinter, the more likely it was that you were going to be that you would find them. Whether you went north, whether you went northeast, whether you went to the east, or whether you went to Thundertree, the deeper you got into the actual forest, it made it more likely that you came across a druid. Well, that again is part of what happens when you start to lose a lot of the threads, where there's not like a dungeon presented before you that's actually like full-on combat options. Oh yeah, it was your choices what you wanted to do on it. That thing was progressing along the trail with you all, and you would have basically had to just look into it a little bit more. And perhaps the type of thing where if you had rolled lower on those checks where you didn't know what it was, you might have been more curious. Yeah, I think it's just always going to vary based on actual choices, because the way that keep was initially set up, it was set up as you guys could go through the entirety of Eclipse Hold as 8 different encounters that would be an entire day's adventuring. Yeah, and like last session, I was trying to clue you in that if you wanted to search through the keep, Ulbar wanted to be a spider and go through the keep.